fucking silly. I don't know how long she's banned for, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that whole thing was about how sexy queefs are, which is what brought it, and maybe that changed the whole thing. I couldn't. The whole VOD is deleted. I haven't seen like a repost or anything. So what the fuck was going led to the queef superpower reveal? It was like Tony Stark revealing to the world he's Iron Man. So from everything I've seen, it doesn't seem like it was done sexually, just more as a joke. I'm unfamiliar with the streamer, but if it's just for a queef, I think that's a really fucking dumb ban, and I don't know why people are so outraged for the queef itself instead of the ban. I think you should be more worried if Twitch sets a precedent where farting as a joke is bannable. I think that'd be a lot scarier than just having a girl who can queef sometimes on stream. At least that's just my opinion. Again, could be wrong. Maybe the whole thing was a very sexual stream and she was actually banned for something where she was flashing the stream at some point. Couldn't tell you. The whole VOD's deleted. This is the only thing that's left, and she said it's from the queefing. So
I'm 22 years old, but my height is 3 feet 10 inches and my weight is around 50 pounds.
Today I learned
Forget.
Or it can draw conclusions. It's a personal computer from Apple, and it's as easy to use as this.
Yes, raid, house and garden, bug
But by
killer.
taking the proper precautions, you can get the job done safely.
You okay to drive?
Yeah, fine.
There was no way to defend herself. She knew she had been caught, as in the hours prior to getting behind the wheel of her car, Our 21-year-old Gianna Webb had consumed far too many drinks, causing her driving to become uncontrollable and erratic. And after reaching speeds well over 100 miles per hour and driving right past a pair of state troopers, Gianna was now pulled over on the I-95 in South Philadelphia. There, she would be approached by officers Martin Mack and Brandon Siska, as she sat one buzzer away from facing harsh legal action for her poor decision. But just as the officers began conversing with the intoxicated woman, their attention would soon be called elsewhere, as an urgent call was made to their radio, alerting them that a pedestrian had been wandering by foot on that very highway just a few miles ahead. Unaware at this point that Gianna was in fact inebriated, and assuming that the pedestrian was a far more pressing concern, the officers sprang into action and sped away into the night, allowing Gianna to leave freely and breathe the ultimate sigh of relief. Clearly she had dodged a bullet, but rather than being thankful that she had avoided certain and serious legal ramifications, the incident instead seemed to inflate her ego, as she immediately took to Twitter, still parked on the side of the road, writing in a braggadocious manner, "Why the cop pull me and he say I'm doing 110 and a 50? As strange of a response as this may have been, to narrowly avoiding a life-changing arrest, this was surprisingly on brand for Jayana, as between incessant posting about how much she loves to drink, she would also tweet, "If you ask me, I'm the best drunk driver ever." This was clearly a pattern for Jayana, a normalized action, as she believed that she was fully capable of driving drunk, and also that she was actually good at it, which is not only incredibly frightening, but also far from the truth. Immediately after tweeting this message out, Jayana would again speed off into the night, having gotten away with her drunk driving once more. Though ironically, just minutes later, she would again approach those very same officers that had just pulled her over, as well as that very pedestrian they were trying to help. Only this time, there was a problem. She was going far too fast, and was impaired to the point that her reaction time was severely delayed. She quickly began to swerve out of control, and by that point, there was no stopping. And in an instant, Jayana would careen her vehicle directly into Officers Martin Mack and Brandon Siska, as well as that same pedestrian they were attempting to save, striking all three at unimaginable speeds. As the car finally came to a stop, all three of the men lay motionless on the pavement. None of them were alive, with the only survivor of the incident being Jayana, the best drunk driver ever.
If you don't stop your friend from drinking and driving, you're as good as dead.
أبا مينونة تعالي.
March 30th, 2017. A disturbing video begins circulating across Twitter, showing a hanging out of a clinging on for dear life with one hand. Below her was 7 stories of nothing, leading to concrete ground and metal. Certain death for anyone unfortunate enough to fall from that height. Understandably, the woman is crying and begging to be saved, yelling over and over again to hold me, hold me. But what makes this story especially disturbing is the commentary in the background heard in response to these pleas. As the woman desperately clings to the window, another woman stands inches away holding her phone and recording the ordeal, as she calmly responds to the cries for help by saying, "Oh crazy, come back." It's a chilling line knowing that one woman was clearly powerless and in dire need of help, while the other woman just stands behind the camera, seeming completely unfazed by the gravity of the situation, waiting for tragedy to strike. And that's exactly what would happen, as the lady soon loses her grip, causing her to plummet to the ground below. Moments later, the camera shows the woman as she lays there deathly still, 7 stories below. It was an extremely shocking video, and one that immediately raised questions as to what exactly had led to this scenario, with millions viewing the video and sharing it across Twitter in a desperate search for answers, as the clip offered nothing else in the way of context. It was believed and even reported that the woman had done this as a way of taking her own life, and the woman behind the camera seemingly didn't believe that she would go through with it. Perhaps just not understanding that by that point, there was literally nothing the hanging woman could have done to pull herself back up. And due to this being the most prominent initial theory, many would walk away from this video believing that it was sadly yet another tragic suicide. However, there was something that still didn't sit right about this clip, as the cold, callous way that the woman off-screen had spoken to this struggling woman just comes across as so off-putting, leading some to believe that there had to be more to this story. A notion that would turn out to be correct. Upon the release of a series of local articles from Kuwait, it would be revealed that this hanging woman's name was actually Adish Sadiq, and what we are witnessing in this video actually isn't an attempted suicide, but rather an attempted murder. At the time, Adish had moved from her home in Ethiopia to quote-unquote work as a maid in Kuwait, and I say this because it would later be revealed that Adish had essentially been a slave to her employer. She had only been working for this particular boss for 3 days, but during this time she had been held captive and was forbidden from leaving the building, making Adish essentially a prisoner or a slave, which sadly is all too common of an occurrence in the area due to something called the kafala system, which is way too complicated to fully into here. Particular day, Adish finally had enough. She approached her boss telling her that she was quitting while demanding to be released. Though it wasn't quite that simple, and her boss did not take kindly to this request. In response, Adish would be grabbed and thrown inside of the bathroom of what appears to be some sort of apartment complex, with her near the very top of the building. Once inside, her boss, a woman who to my knowledge has not been publicly named, would lock the door and begin shouting at Adish and proclaiming that she was going to kill her and that no one would ever find out or even care for that matter, which was most certainly true. given the unbalanced power dynamic in the area between employers and foreign workers. And knowing that the woman was in fact serious with her threats, and that if she were killed in that bathroom, no one would have known, Adish made the split-second decision to try and escape out the window, despite knowing that she would most likely not survive the fall. But at least this way, as slim as it may seem, she had a chance. Going out that window was purely an act of desperation, but to Adish it was the only way, and so she clambered out the window and prepared to plummet to the ground below. But not before her boss pulled out her cell phone to record the woman's final moments, while openly mocking her as she fell to the ground below. This explains the accident and why she seemed to have such a smug attitude towards the helpless woman, because she didn't care if Adish died. Her life was meaningless to her if she wasn't her slave. And to make this employer's behavior even more jarring, she would immediately upload the video to her very own Snapchat, where it would then be re-recorded and shared across the web. And when questioned about what exactly had happened inside that bathroom, it was this employer that began the lie that Adish was merely trying to take her own life. She had formulated this entire rumor to essentially absolve herself from any responsibility, and it's almost certain that she would have gotten away with this too, had it not been for the fact that Adish survived. Upon falling to the ground below, Adish's fall would be broken by a metal awning, which more than likely saved her life, as miraculously she was able to physically walk away from the scene with merely a broken arm and a few other non-life-threatening injuries. She'd even go on to give an interview inside the hospital just a few days later, where she would reveal the truth behind this shocking video, with this testimony leading to the arrest of her employer, who would ultimately receive just a few months of jail time. But still, it's crazy to me just how differently this story could have ended. And probably should have ended, as imagine if this video had never been recorded, and imagine if Adish hadn't survived that fall. I mean, the truth would have literally never been known, which is such a scary and utterly depressing thought. Though thankfully, the story did have a happy ending, a phenomenon that is sadly all too rare when exploring the dark corners of the internet.
أبا مينونة تعالي.
For generations, Bridgestone has made
If you've seen my videos before, then you know that the internet is a dark and dangerous place, and in our day and age where everything revolves around it, cybersecurity should be of the utmost importance, which is why I highly recommend today's sponsor, NordVPN. Nord is an easy-to-use VPN that begins immediately protecting your devices with just a single click, or you can even enable auto-connect, which nordvpn.com/Crowley.
If we miss a step in the rigging process, things could go seriously wrong. The first step to preventing accidents is preparation. Let's begin by...
In recent years, the popularity of live streaming has seemingly reached an all-time high, as it allows the audience to interact with their favorite creators in a uniquely intimate way. But with any content like this, there always lies a dark side, as unpredictable events can interrupt the live stream at any moment. Unsurprisingly, this has led to countless compilations and clips throughout the web, documenting the many disturbing moments that have happened when creators go live. And of these endless examples, a few have always stood out to me. In the year 2021, a 23-year-old named Chao Quimi had been building a following on the social media site Douyin, the Chinese version of what many of us know today as TikTok, which will actually be featured in the remainder of today's cases. She would post numerous videos and live streams, helping build her follower count to over 100,000 people. It was a more than respectable number, and though she wasn't the most famous person on the platform by any means, many believed that she was well on her way to internet stardom. But before she could get there, she knew that she had to keep a stable job and establish some sort of income, as she was already in the process of building her family, being the mother of young children. And so she would spend her days working as a crane operator, assisting in numerous construction projects and earning herself a decent wage, as it wasn't a job that most would sign up for. The cranes that Chao was often tasked with operating often stood hundreds and even thousands of feet in the air. It certainly wasn't a job for the faint of heart, but Chao seemingly embraced the challenge, and in many ways used her unique skill set to her advantage, as she would often document her life as a crane operator on Douyin, with these videos, along with her dancing content, being responsible for the majority of her viewership. And by the summer of 2021, Chao would begin not only making videos while at work, but she would also begin live streaming right from her job. And on July 20th, 2021, when her workday began to wind down, she would once again fire up her stream. The full version of this stream doesn't appear to be available anywhere online today, and rather, we only have a roughly 2-minute clip from that day, with the video starting in silence, as Chao had been singing along to copyrighted music, while inside the small cab of her massive crane, sitting 160 feet in the air. She would then set her phone down with the camera still rolling as the viewers began flocking to the stream, loving every second of it. Or at least they were, until the footage cut to this. Though the exact moment has been cut from this video, likely out of respect for Chow, as she was streaming 16 stories in the sky, Chow finishes dancing and begins to walk down the steps of the crane until she slips, causing her to free fall all the way to the ground with her phone supposedly still in hand. On her way down, she seems to strike metal bar after metal bar from the crane until she finally hit the ground below, killing her instantly with her phone still recording. I just can't even imagine being one of the viewers in that live stream and watching that very moment that she begins to fall. And ultimately, I think it's a good thing that the actual footage of her slipping has essentially been wiped from the internet, as even with the missing frames, this is truly one of the most disturbing live stream accidents that I have ever seen. An accident that showcased the brutal end of a rising star taken too soon. And throughout the history of the Douyin platform, she's far from the only one.
See? It's not so hard after all. Once you get the hang of it, it can be easy to rig a load safely.
Raid hunts bugs down like radar, attacks ants as they crawl, and kills and deads.
Lu Chao Maozi was also a young creator on the Douyin site, focusing most of her content on the latest fashion trends, with her videos helping her to amass a following of over 600,000 people, making her a full-on celebrity on the platform. It's a type of virality that so many people in our world desire. But this also comes with a downside. With so many eyes on you, the criticism and hatred lobbied your way on a daily basis is often overwhelming, and for many it can be too much to bear. And for Lu, this fame ultimately came at the cost of her own mental sanity. Even before her rise to prominence, Lu had long since struggled with severe depression, and now, given the rise of what her family described as constant online harassment, this depression would only worsen by the day. By August of 2021, things had gotten so bad for Lu that her family began to fear that she may try and harm herself, and decided to place her in a psychiatric hospital with the hopes that there, she would be safe and hopefully overcome her personal demons. And for a while, that's exactly what she would do, as she supposedly began making serious strides in her mental health. Though once released, her progress would again diminish, as she would fall back into creating content, with the online harassment only growing worse and worse the more her account grew, which leads us to October 14th, 2021. On top of dealing with the stress associated with online fame, Lu would also have to deal with a breakup between her and her longtime boyfriend, something that would cause her already collapsing mental health to completely plummet. And so that day, she would take to Douyin and post a cryptic video stating that this may be the last time she ever interacts with her audience, with the clip being titled, "This is probably the last video, thank you for following along."
大家好，我是小猫。也许可能是我最后一条给大家发送视频了。想知道原因的话，那就来小号看我直播吧。谢谢你们陪我这么久，谢谢。
It is an incredibly worrisome video, as given her complex history with depression, viewers grew worried that she was alluding to taking her own life, with some questioning what she had in store for this supposed livestream, or if it would even happen at all. But sure enough, as promised, that same night Lu would go live and reveal her plan. As the stream starts, Lu is sitting in front of a camera, echoing the sentiment of her previous video, and expressing how truly sad she was, before she shifted the conversation to ending her life. As her stream, Lu explains how she had purchased liquid pesticide from the store. To be highly toxic, sip was capable of causing death.
And kill them dead.
And not only did she buy this, but she also explained how she planned to drink it right there on stream before asking her viewers what they thought. By this point, her stream had already amassed over 1,200 viewers, many of whom being supposed fans of the young woman and desperate help. Helping the live chat instead began to turn on her. Looking at still images pulled from the stream, majority of her comments read things like, "Drink, drink, drink," or "Drink if you want to." And even more nefariously, other users would write, "Drink up, fatty," and "Prove that you have depression in front of this many people. Drink the pesticide." It's unclear what Lu's true intentions were when starting this stream, but many believe that this was simply done as a call for help, with one of her own friends even stating that this was only done as a way of attracting her ex-boyfriend's attention, and that she never actually intended on taking her own life. But seeing the way that her dad had turned on her, and hearing the demands that she pesticide, only fueled her spiraling mental health. And so, in an instant, Lu grabbed the bottle and began to chug. Following this, Lu puts the jug down and makes a remark stating that was hard to drink, before the poison seemingly begins to take effect. The stream then ends as Lu clutches her throat and stops the video. With the live stream over, Lu immediately began to regret her decision, as she would quickly grab her phone and call an ambulance. However, it was much too late, and sadly would lose her life, thanks in large part to the encouragement from her very own audience. It's a horrible story, but somehow it actually gets darker from here, as it actually has one of the most shocking twists that I have personally ever seen in a case before. Following her passing, Lu's body would be quickly cremated with a funeral planned shortly after, so her loved ones could pay their respects, though something strange happened before the ceremony could commence, as the ashes of Lu would disappear. Apparently, the crematorium had refused to turn over Lu's ashes to her family, claiming that somehow they had gotten lost, though in actuality, an investigation would reveal that these remains had actually been stolen, and stolen by none other than the employees responsible for her cremation. According to reports, numerous members of the staff had taken the remains of Lu with the intention of selling them on the black market, as once news broke of her passing, the agency was contacted by an individual expressing interest in purchasing her cremated remains. And what did this man have planned once in possession of these ashes? Well, he wanted to marry them. In certain areas of China, there exists a practice called ghost marriages, where people are allowed to marry after death. This is done due to the fact that unmarried girls are seen as undesirable in their society, and can even be shameful for the parents, so some will choose to marry the deceased individual, supposedly saving their souls and their families from this shame. It's a bizarre tradition that typically happens between people who at the very least knew each other, but it's especially twisted when it's done without any form of consent from the victim or her family, as this man was a complete stranger to the girl. Though thankfully, this plan would eventually fall through when the buyer supposedly backed out, and the operation would eventually be busted, leading to Lu's remains being found and safely returned to her family. And it's this family that I truly feel sorry for the most in this situation, as not only did they have to deal with the highly publicized passing of their daughter in such a horrific way, but also the theft and almost the marriage of her remains.
Let's turn now to China, where the Winter Olympics are underway in Beijing. China's human rights abuses are getting as much attention as the athletes.
I'm Taylor Sappington, and I'm running to be your state auditor. Join me.
Our final case once again takes us back to the Douyin app and a small impoverished village within Suzhou, China. There, a man named Dong Mumin had been living with his family of 8 children, 7 boys and 1 girl, a dynamic that was extremely unusual to say the least, as China had only just recently gotten rid of its one-child policy. Somehow Dong had a workaround and managed to grow this family all of his own. Even more surprising was the fact that Dong actually lived in destitute poverty, hardly earning enough to take care of himself, let alone this big family. Yet somehow he found a way for himself and his children to survive, and not just survive, but seemingly thrive, as Dong always seemed to have a smile on his face, and his family remained positive and full of joy despite their circumstances. To the locals, his story was incredibly touching, and soon enough, this story would begin to spread to the rest of the world, as Dong began to document his life on Douyin, where he ran the aptly named Father of 8 page, which most would view as extremely inspirational given his positive outlook and the love he had for his family. Soon enough, his videos began being viewed by thousands of people, growing his account to 600,000 followers in the span of just a few uploads. And before long, Dong had become a full-on small-town celebrity, with other influencers traveling to the region to interview him, as well as to help him set up ways for his audience to donate to his family. This exposure and outside help led to a brand new stream of income, as well as a seemingly endless supply of donations for his children, who would receive such a staggering amount of gifted clothes that it quite literally filled up an entire section of his already small home. The whole ordeal was undeniably touching, and many influencers to help make these donations happen was an account called Shujo Brother Yitsu, a man who had visited Dong and his family on multiple occasions, and on one particular day in late January of 2021, he would once again show up unannounced to the home of Dong for another routine visit. And it was on this visit that everything changed. Upon being let into Dong's home, the man behind the Shujo Brother Yitsu account, who I'll now be referring to simply as Shujo, as I was unable to find his actual name, would begin interviewing one of Dong's many sons, who mentioned something unusual. Holding what appeared to be food in his hand, the child mentions how he and his brothers were often tasked with feeding their mother, who lived out back. This was a bizarre statement from the child, as after all of Shujo's visits, he had never once seen a mother figure, and up until this point, most had just assumed that she was out of the picture. And so, confused, Shujo asked the boy to take them to their mother, to which he was promptly led to a small hut behind the house, with his camera drawn.
想不想你妈妈？你妈妈，你说是你妈妈，你没事，你是大可男子汉了，你就是家庭的男子汉。你好，冷吗？不冷，我给你拿个衣服穿上吧。我给你拿个衣服穿上吧。拿个衣服好不好？我给你拿件衣服，看你咱有爱心人士捐助衣服，我给你拿一件。
Inside the dilapidated hut, Shujo would find a disheveled woman with a chain around her neck, attached to the sealed by a padlock. The woman herself looked scared, frail, and was noticeably freezing, as that winter day when the video was filmed had been particularly cold. The woman was not only without a jacket, but without shoes, barefoot and shivering in the corner of the room. The majority of her words were barely discernible, as she seemed completely disconnected from the world around her, with the only understandable statement she could manage to make being how she was kept there like a prostitute.
喝点水吧，我给你弄点倒点水。
阿哥，我就记一下你，记一了，我跟你记一样我哥。我吃吧。
In all the videos posted by and about Dong, this was the first time his wife and the mother of his children was shown on camera. Immediately, the clip would spread across China, prompting concern for the chained woman, as given the optics alone, many feared that she may be a victim of human trafficking, and that Dong, this supposedly wholesome figure on the Douyin app, may have actually been using her for the sole purpose of bearing children. In response to the allegations, Dong came forward and admitted that the woman, whose surname was Yang, was in fact his wife, but that she suffered from debilitating health issues, and due to this, he claimed that Yang would often control and attempt to hurt those around her, including her children, and so for their safety, she was kept chained up in a hut outside of the house. And this was a sentiment echoed by officials in the area, as a statement would quickly be made by law enforcement stating, "Her family has been given further assistance to ensure they have a warm Lunar New Year." Despite this quick response, however, the public largely doubted the story that Dong and the authorities had been telling, as regardless of its validity, the way this woman was being kept is clearly just inhumane, and things would only get more suspicious from here as people attempted to dig deeper. For starters, many would visit the region to try and assist Yang and hopefully save her from this neglect, only to discover that Chinese authorities had actually closed off the entire town in which Dong's family had lived, making access to them impossible. Along with this, journalists who had written about the incident were also supposedly arrested, along with the actual owner of the Shuzhou Brother Iksu account, and 2 other influencers who had attempted to help Yang. It seemed clear that China was attempting to fully censor this whole ordeal, and for good reason too, as this video was released just days before the start of the already controversial Winter Olympic Games, which just so happened to be taking place in China. But as hard as they tried to suppress this, the story of the chained woman had already spread far across the world, even on one mentioned across social media, the actual Olympics themselves. And in the face of intense international scrutiny, the truth would finally be revealed. In actuality, this lady's name isn't even Yang, and instead it was Chao Humami, and sadly, she had in fact been the victim of human trafficking. In 1996, when Chao was just 20 years old, she was taken to a mental health clinic where somehow she would end up being sold into a trafficking ring. From there, she was bought and sold on 3 separate occasions, with one of her buyers being Dong's father. Once purchased, Dong would marry the woman and essentially use her as a means of birthing children. And it was within that backyard hut that Dong would often leave this starved and freezing woman, chained up like an animal, with no chance to leave, and only using her when it would come time to have another child. And as for her violent outbursts, well, that too was a fabrication by Dong, as it would later be revealed that she was actually suffering from a seizure disorder, and each time she would have one, Dong would punish her by chaining her up, not because she was dangerous or anything like that, but because she was an inconvenience.
Up a video today, angry that the Little Mermaid is black in the new movie. Quantum, you were all about avoid controversy. Like, if you don't want your dick to get stung by hornets, don't stick your dick in a hornet's nest. You go pile driving with a full erection right into the hornet's nest. Like, he's such a fucking liar, dude. You crave, you know, he craves the attention, so he talks about that stuff, but he's too insecure and narcissistic to deal with the backlash. It is a weird powder keg of a mixture. All right. Oh, man. Toy 2, what are we going to do with him? I can't talk about that anymore. I can't talk about him, hey, all I'll say is this: congratulations. I'm proud of the fact that he's a Christian straight man. I would be fine if they would just port them over, even without the extra stuff, like how PS5 works with PS4 games. But they're not doing that. That's the problem. They're not doing that. It's just insane. It's insane. It's insane that people are defending that. If I invested big into a bunch of PSVR games, first gen, and heard this, I would be fucking fuming right now. I don't know how you're not. But anyway. Sony needs to be like they were in 2. I'm playing old PS2 NFS games, Need for Speed games, my backwards P, and as I listen to you, also DSP and Hulk Hogan. Yes.
And big taint. I love Hulk Hogan's dick.
Doesn't matter if she's black or the movie's going to suck either way because it's a live action Yeah, it probably. But I'm just like, why do you, like, okay, let there be a black Little Mermaid. It's a fictional fucking character. It's fiction. And then I see people getting mad, like, you can't win. Because then I see people getting mad, like, well, it was a white role. Why are we replacing roles made for white actors with black actors? And it's like, really? Just like, so it's racist now that they have a black actor in it. I can't. I'm just going to go hide under a fucking rock. Is it just Jim Ryan making all these decisions, though? Like, you don't win either way. You don't win either way with that one. So, you know, an anti-drama person, I mean to say, like Quantum, oh, let's make a topic on it that no matter what, it will stir up a whole bunch of shit. Like, are you fucking serious? People defending Sony VR2 don't have a PS5, which is even stranger. And then there was a guy who was angry, like some old talk show host or radio show host was angry, saying, "Oh, if they were, it's a mermaid, so technically they'd be so white that they're translucent because they're under the sea." I'm like, dude, it's fucking fiction. It's fucking fiction. It's fucking fiction. Who cares? And don't go by Quantum with that, agreeing with him on that. He's the guy who was crying because there was a black dude in Horizon Forbidden West. Oh my god. Crying about realism in a movie about mermaids. There's a chance that you probably are racist. And you need to get a life. The Quartering's imaginary black dad is joining the Little Mermaid cast. Congratulations. Yes, I know about the PSVR, but did they say if we can watch porn? I'm sure someone will figure out a way to. If there is a way to consume content, someone has found a way to put porn on it. Someone has found it. All right, let's start watching pranks, man. What are we doing? I'm sure the
politicians, and that's hit them in the.
We may have seen some of these already. But it's like I can't stop burping. Fuck. But there's other ones. There's a whole fresh slew in here. And the ones with this guy are so funny. We could watch this shit every night and not get sick of it. At least I could. What's funny is with AI and deepfakes in like 10 years, you'll be able to make actors look however you personally want on demand. Also, you missed my earlier super chat, Mark Davis. I'm sorry. They must have all come in at like one shot. Rich, not to get sappy, but I appreciate you a lot. But watching for many, many years, and I'm not much of a tech or video game guy. Just you making everything entertaining. Thank you very much. Guess what I did in my basement?
I just peed in my basement.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's kind of why I like doing videos like the one I did about G4 TV. Like I said, I could have went the news route with that, but I decided to go pretty much, I would say, all out.
Pocketbook.
Yeah, that's true.
We've got a $370 million school bond election coming up this spring.
Yeah.
We've got the convention center. They want $70 million. I'd vote it all down just to send a message.
Yeah.
Because they're not listening to us.
Here we go.
Don't make me kick your ass.
Come on.
He does have a double chin. Remember that guy goes, "You have a double chin and a great ass." I love how he mocks his chin and then compliments his ass. That was we're probably going to see that again, and that's okay.
You're on the air.
Shut up, ass.
I know we've seen this before. Is it okay if we watch this again? Does anyone care? If you do, let me know.
Don't do that. You're on the air.
Yes, I'd like to discuss the pinecone theory.
The what?
The pinecone theory.
Oh, God. I think I've heard you before. Go ahead.
Of course, Toy 2 cares. I need a break from TCAP. Taking a break most Phil too. I was deep into Phil for a while. That did not right. You know what I mean.
Go ahead.
Well, it's where I shoved the pinecone up your ass.
No, that would hurt actually. Fuck.
You're on the air.
That wasn't very nice, was it?
Oh, well.
What would be so wrong with maybe using Steve Forbes' idea, like the straight 17%?
Why don't I have text-to-speech donation? Are you fucking kidding? I probably but I know why you're saying that, Quarterings. Maybe I will. Because YouTube has the automated thing that it won't let you say anything really nasty anyway. Huh. I'll look into that tomorrow, man. Good call. But then I wonder if people, like my audience, will get annoyed because then you hear it. I don't know. I got a lot to think about, but that's a good call, though.
Cent tax for everybody.
Flat tax?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the way.
Well, that's good, because then we don't have to take it up the butt of it.
And big taints.
Who is this? Ah.
Oh, yes. I would like to say I love your show. I agree with most of your views, and man, you are right on the money with most everything. Next, I'd like to talk about is your school lunches. I'm recently moved here about 6 months ago from Sri Lanka. What is the
Is he doing those stupid filters? The guy runs.
big hassle? What's going on with the lunches?
Wait, this video has tons of N-word bombs in it. Okay. Thank you for that. I put an Arch Linux on an old ThinkPad. Have I set it to full neckbeard status? Does it run good? I don't know that much about Linux, man. Yeah, nah. I can't, when I know it's there, keep watching it. You know what I mean? Yeah, don't you love farts like that? Mod Toy 3 to replace Toy 2. Good call. Who said that? Wasn't a fapping Phil, I thought. Oh, man. Watch QVC. All right, fuck it. We'll watch QVC. QVC. Did I miss any super chats? God, Quartering's Imaginary Black Dad. That may be a good idea. I mean, I get a decent amount of super chats, but it's not like they... Unless I have like 1,000+ people, it's not like they come in an incessant amount, you know? Huh. QVC Tech. I love how my videos show up. That just cracks, man. Your average consumer. Basically QVC. Flip. Sorry about that. Philips air fryer with turbo star technology. Oh, we got... Oh, okay.
This is the Lazy Arm, the flexible tablet and phone mount. This allows you to watch, to read.
That looks very floppy already. There's always the same. We've watched those so many times, Mari. They're all the same.
To do, you know, everything you do in the kitchen or at work with your tablet or your phone. It just is one of those, I wish I...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Dude, if that thing slips out of that right on that lightning port. Oh, no. Now, I always say I try to be objective going into these. Most of the time, the shit is terrible, but there's been some stuff I'm like, you know what? I can't knock this. It's actually pretty decent. This is so far. Maybe it'll turn, but also it's large iPad and you have a clamp on a desk. And I know most people, the boomers watching this, are not going to tighten that enough.
I would have thought of those products things because everybody needs them.
Sure.
It's that time of the 3-hour show where we are about 2 hours and 45 minutes in, and Craig Smith makes his first appearance, and then he sticks around and we can't get rid of him.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That would be cool.
He is like Brett Hamilton, one of our chief electronics correspondents. We do appreciate him having him here. Hello, sir.
It's always a pleasure.
She doesn't sound like she appreciates it. That sounds like the exact. She's like, all right, I got to work with this fucking guy again. He's annoying. He always stares at my ass in the back office, but here we go.
See you. Hello, hello.
So the first product he's going to bring us in the big 3-hour show is this one.
What the fuck is he doing? What was that goddamn face?
Under $20.
Stop. I'm feeling awkward.
Just an easy gift.
If you're giving a tablet or a portable device,
it's like he's staring into my soul.
To anybody this holiday season, this is the perfect compliment for it. Because you think about all the times we want to use our tablet in the kitchen, we want to use our tablet or our phone, maybe in a certain room, and you don't want to have to prop it up against something. The Lazy Arm, it
definitely looks more stable with a phone. Looks more ideal for a phone.
It's going to fit all phones and tablets, and the ability to put it any way you want it in any orientation that you want it, and move it around, bend it, and
I would feel comfortable with this with a phone or like an iPad mini.
Flex it, and it's
that big ass iPad we were showing. You're a fucking bird. They were shown before was no bueno. No way.
An amount on any countertop.
Oh, Chantel had one. It was shit. Bird.
breasts, 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 breasts.
Stop.
That is anywhere between 0 and 3 inches.
It dropped and flopped in my face. I'm going to leave that one alone.
It's thick. So think about the desk at work. Think about maybe a kitchen countertop. Think about maybe an office in some space somewhere. This gives you all that great flex.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that's amazing about the Steam Deck. I will say, though, they got to work on the Linux and INEO. They got to work on the Linux and the Steam UI or the Steam OS Proton layer, because when it's docked, the INEO Air Pro wipes the floor with the Steam Deck. But in mode where you're going to use it, the Steam Deck is substantially more powerful. I've actually proved that with the review I did of the INEO Air Pro and Air. It's noted you get decent more frame rates, or much higher frame rates in most cases, like 15 to 20 FPS, which, especially on low power SoCs like that, that's a big difference. That could mean a game is playable or not playable. Toy 2, yes, I will play the Steam Deck. And actually what's cool is I could actually show you. Dude, I was playing Ride 4 on the INEO Air Pro. I had it 2560 ultra settings, 2560 by 1440 with, it only gives you a 50% resolution scale, which sucks. So basically it's 1280 by 720 upscaled to 1440p. Holy shit, it looks basically photorealistic. Run on an INEO Air Pro. And I'm thinking of making a video, and it won't even be clickbait, even though, it's not 4K, Rich, so it's but a photorealistic graphics. on a portable. I got to think of a title. So photorealistic graphics from a portable gaming piece? No. I'll figure it out.
Flexibility, and then you move the
photorealistic graphics from a pocket-sized gaming PC. There you
lazy
go.
arm around to be in the great position that you want it to be in for your best viewing angle.
Here is your color choices. They're down below. That one is the silver. We also have the white. That's more limited. And then you have
Toy 3 is horny. That's great. Well, Toyota Corolla, I know I answered your super chat before, but one thing that's cool about Linux is that it can breathe life into very dated, older hardware and make it useful for something.
the rose gold. We are in the midst of a 5 easy payment event. All items on air online, everything, our entire assortment is 5 easy payments or more. That expires tonight at midnight your time. So right now you get this home for, wait for it, $3.99 and a fifth of your shipping and handling. That's kind of great.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a good.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else, now, is there a good chance that it won't fall out of there? Yes, I will admit that. But imagine it's just kind of like this a little bit. You're going to get fucking vertigo looking at it. Every time you swipe it, let's see your swipe it again.
Trying to pick up multiples because
yeah, it's jiggling.
Even if you're not gifting a tablet to somebody,
why is she so animated?
Everybody you know has one.
And it's also going to work in several
board and high
different places. So maybe you want to have one at the office because I know a lot of people use that second screen-like experience. So they're working on something on their computer, on their desktop or their laptop, but they also want to get a gander at their calendar, or they also want to be able to.
That man spends a lot of time making sure where he trims his beard on his neck is perfect.
To check their email while they're surfing something on the web.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, look at him typing on that. You want to type on that? It's like typing on a giant titty. Jiggling like breasts. There you go.
This is going to be able to hold that tablet. What I like about it, I like that right over the bed there. That's a great
Amy
idea.
deserves it. She has 3 boys.
Yeah, she definitely has earned
3
it.
young boys.
With all the hours that she's working here?
Yeah,
absolutely. But the nice thing is it makes you hands-free. And this is a neat feature as well. The fact that we have this flexibility here, this is going to go anywhere between 4.5 inches all the way up to 7.5 inches. So you saw earlier that I have my phone in here.
He's like, I would know. I still had a full erect cock and measured it.
Here, we'll take a look at this. I'm going to take the iPad, the 9.7-inch iPad that we're going to have on later in the show, and now I can pop the iPad in there as well. And there's nothing to unscrew or do anything like that. You just basically open this up and flex it. So now the iPad is sitting in the lazy arm, or my phone could be sitting in the lazy arm, or whatever you want to have in the lazy arm.
You know, it's amazing to.
Are we really watching infomercials? Yes, we are. That's what we're watching. Is that okay? What would you like me to watch? Tell me. I'm just going to sit here and put on some music and wait for an answer.
Breasts. 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 Breasts.
Breasts. Breasts.
Breasts. Breasts. Breasts.
All right, I got
to me.
Actually, I know Steel Toe. We didn't watch Steel Toe. That's actually what I want to watch. Steel Toe G4 TV. Yo, he goes in. Goes in.
Veldrain says Frosk is.
Odd TV Conspiracy Channel, short videos. Okay.
It's trans attractive. She identifies as a 10. Well, we got some news. G4 host Frosk puts tone-deaf memes celebrating her continued employment.
And I looked. She didn't put anything like saying, I wish my friends, like nothing like that. It was just all about her. Like, if she had a tweet before, you know, saying something like that, it wouldn't make that tweet seem bad or as bad. It would seem bad, I mean, but it wouldn't be as awful. But the fact that she said nothing and then just said that, oh, it's not a good look. Hey, Rich, FYI, in-ear buds. You have the XM3 and the XM4. I saw you using them in one of your review videos. And those are the... No, I know the XM3... Yeah, I know those. I have the XM4 over-ear. Or whatever the... I don't know the exact model number. They have the 500s now or whatever.
After network hit with massive layoffs. And by the way, in the last year, that Frosk has not upped her look at all. You know when she said, we don't exist to be easy on the eyes for you?
He's brutal. I didn't go after her appearance.
Yeah.
She leaned the fuck in on that statement,
Okay.
boy.
I
You
believe
want to see some Frosk?
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, he went there. Okay. Oh. He went there, Avi. He fucking went there.
Oof.
She went downhill somehow. How does this happen?
I'd fuck Caitlyn Jenner first.
I would too.
Oh, God.
That is,
I'm
like I
trying to think
said,
of who
she
else.
leaned into the identity of, we do not exist to be easy on the eyes for you. Because then people like you and I have to go, well, give her credit. She's right there.
What did she do to her face, though? She looks so...
Lived.
She doesn't look like the same person.
She frosted up, baby.
Maybe she took all her makeup off. That's weird.
Yeah, she does look pretty fucking awful in that picture. It looks like someone had a violent fart on one of the sides of her head and it made her hair blow over and she was just like, fuck it.
Better not be any makeup on there. That looks like a Halloween costume.
It does. I don't know what's going on.
Frosk is going on. So apparently after all these layoffs and all these, people lost their jobs, Frosk decided that what she would do is go on the internet and celebrate that she wasn't fired. What a great team player.
Yeah, I can't say that if at any job I've had where there's been layoffs, I ever celebrated in front of those poor people.
Yeah.
Dude, what is with that hair, Isaiah?
Yeah.
That just lost their
Before we get too deep into this, I want to point something out, and you guys won't be able to stop seeing it. My widow's peak over here actually is in the shape of the cut in the guy's brain in Planet of the Apes. The original Planet of the Apes. Look at that. My widow's peak, my arch...
What the fuck is
in here is the same shape as that horseshoe cut in the guy's head when they took out his brain in Planet of the Apes. Now you won't be able to not see that. Just wanted to it out.
I wasn't a Planet Apes guy.
Oh, really?
No.
Maybe because it was made 30 years before you were born.
That has no bearing. People watch old movies.
Oh, yeah? What's your favorite old movie? And if you say Gone with the Wind, it's curtains for you, Mossy. What's your favorite old movie? You can't say...
What do you mean by old?
Casablanca, that's mine.
I do like that one. There's another Johnny Cash movie.
I don't like old movies. They're too corny.
Ew.
I'm having a hard time.
Gotta be like from the 70s or newer.
What's it called? Johnny Cash Can't Act Either?
No.
Okay.
Leave me alone. What is...
In a stunning display of tone deafness, there you go, particularly from someone whose actions ostensibly played a significant role in getting here. You know what I love is that nobody debates the fact that Frosk had pretty much everything to do with these layoffs taking place yesterday.
Yep.
For G4.
I don't agree with that. I've had plenty of, yes, her rant was stupid. I mean, not that there isn't sexism in gaming. There really fucking is. But it was just the wrong time, wrong place, and she said a lot of stupid things. But if the content was good from G4, they would have survived that. Trust me, I know, as a person who has said plenty of dumb shit. And I'm not even saying my content's good, but you get my point, okay? Like, it just was just mediocre mass shit, forced humor, not authentic. You could have every big streamer on in the fucking world, and it's just, there's just nothing there. It was manufactured humor, manufactured videos. Nothing felt handcrafted. I guess that's a good term to use. It just was a machine of shit, of mediocrity. That's what killed it. And Mundane Matt, I think I pissed you off with using you as an analogy, but I love you, dude. And now, if you made videos with your takes now, Mundane Matt, you'd actually get good viewership because your hot takes are very interesting. Kotaku is still... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't just her rant. It wasn't a rant even as stupid as hers wouldn't take a company down. It was that G4 is a boring fucking relic. And the only people you had back was Kevin Pereira and Adam Sessler, barely. Rich, not sure if you're aware of Fanbyte or not, but Fanbyte had major layoffs today following previous layoffs of G4 TV. In process, they also violated rules. Who is Fanbyte? I'm not even sure what that is.
Like, people on the internet write, Frost's rant is entirely to blame for these layoffs. And even the 5 people who still like G4 are like, yeah, it's pretty true.
It was her.
Indiana Frost Black.
I haven't seen the newest one, Abby.
Again, I can't get over that part. Your name is Indiana Black, and you pick a dumb shit name like Frost.
Where does Frost come from?
Indiana Black could have worn like a black fedora and had a whip like Indiana Jones, but like dressed film noir-y.
She even says that like Red Dead Redemption Online is like one of her favorite games, which is totally outdoorsy and Western. Indiana Black would have been sweet for that.
5 Dark Souls DSP. What do you mean Dark Souls DSP? Oh, I know what you're doing. The ack. Where the fuck do I have that? I do have it. Here it is. Toonami and Adult Swim sold me their game reviews for canons of Hyrule, Doom, and Breath of the Wild. I trust them over G4. It's not even about trust or not trust. It's just the reviews are boring. It's just very mediocre. Like, okay, so you have someone who's competent with video editing, but there's no soul to it. It's the same thing I said about who was the top 10 guy. Matt Santoro. Like, dude, yeah, you're paying a lot of money for an editor and using generic B-roll, and you're paying money for a script, but there's nothing connecting it. You're phoning it in. You're phoning your lists in. I could tell you're just reading a script, you know? Rest in peace, RLM Audio. Hot damn.
Frosk. Ew. That's just an ugly girl.
And he plagiarized, too. That kind of killed his career.
Whole name, too. Frosk.
It just sounds gross. You sound like a toad.
Sounds like an ugly dress. Indiana Frosk Black responded to the network's recently announced sweeping staff cuts by sharing a meme celebrating the fact that she herself did not face the chopping block. God, what? I mean, there's like that playing the sexism card and being annoying like she did in that original rant. And then there's just being a dog shit.
I haven't checked. Solid Crusader.
Person.
This is not in good taste.
No.
Best.
This is like, okay, the rant she went on, it was embarrassing and it was really cringe, and I'll make fun of it. It didn't upset me. I wasn't angry. I don't give a shit.
Yep.
It was stupid, and it was fun to watch Frost be stupid and be. It's always fun to watch someone be really confident in their stupidity. I enjoy watching that.
Mm-hmm.
But then there is some stuff that does bug me, and
I'll check it out, Abby.
It's not many things. April will attest to this. I have a very strange morality.
He draws weird lines.
Strange lines.
It looks like
enjoying the legitimate pain of other people who haven't deserved it bugs the shit out of me.
Yes.
Like, I don't like when innocent people get bullied. I don't like it when innocent people get shit on. I don't like it when the internet decides to pile on somebody who is just trying to have some fun and all of a sudden they're getting fucked with. I don't like that. But these people who got laid off, and a lot of them, again, laid off because of this asshole, and she's going to go on there going, woo, I still got a job. I still got a job. While these people are carrying box.
And what kind of thing is that? Like, you're eventually G4 is going down. And I bet you a lot of people on there, there's like the completionist, he'll be fine. Gerard will be fine. Adam Sessler will still be complaining about whatever the fuck he complains about. But, you know, a lot of people are going to be watermarked with being on the failed G4.
Boxes being escorted by security out of the building. That actually does annoy me. The rant she went on, funny, stupid. I enjoyed the shit out of it because of how cringe it was.
Mm-hmm.
This, go fuck yourself.
I think they're both bad. The reason that the original speech bothers me more, I think, is because a lot of the women that go for that, like, gotta insert, you know, the strong, brave women each into everything is a lot of reason we're not taken seriously at all.
I just love that she made this speech seemingly defending Olivia Munn. Meanwhile, if you know anything about Olivia Munn and her career, she would say, actually, no, I was really enjoying the whole being easy on the eyes, hot gamer chick thing.
I loved being the...
Oh, yeah, that's a fact. She's totally played into it. That's a fact. That's what, like, that's when, as soon as Frost said we weren't there to be easy on the eyes for you, I'm like, oh, you don't, like, how old is she? What were you, fucking 6? Some of this shit on G4 teetered on softcore porn. Sit down, Frost. You're remembering that shit from a kid's perspective. You don't know what you're talking about.
The sexy woman that everyone wanted.
Her identity was sexy gamer chick.
Yeah.
And it gave her a movie career.
Mm-hmm.
She was in fucking Marvel movies, for God's sake.
Yep, it did well for her.
And, of course, one of the greatest comedies in recent memory, Slammin' Salmon.
It's a good one.
And so, you know, she goes...
Slammin' Salmon.
Oh, they didn't exist to be easy on the eyes for you. Could you project a little harder? You're upset you're not one of the hot girls, and you gotta try and lump somebody in. Oh, if I grab Olivia Munn, then it doesn't look like I'm just doing this bitter, ugly, angry.
I didn't go there. Shit. Damn, son. He is being full savage.
That was a bitter, ugly, angry chick rant that she went on. That was not a I'm defending women rant because Olivia Munn didn't need you to defend her.
That's the type of rant where I'm actually not sure.
Guys, Shook, you got the Steam Deck? You're actually the perfect candidate for that thing. I know your job.
How she got hired by G4 because that didn't seem to be what they were about at all. And that type of person is going to have a hard time hiding that side of her.
Yeah, but now that we watch...
Yes, I agree too, QT, Quantum TV, Stolen Valor. But she fought, as soon as she said they weren't there to be easy on the eyes for you, I'm like, oh my God, there is countless hours of video evidence proving you wrong with that. That was the worst point you could have brought up. And the way they went about it and the whole cringe thing with Adam clapping and it's weird. Like, dude, it was too over the top too over the top. And whoever said I'm too quiet is fucking lying. I'm almost peaking. I'm too hot, actually, in terms of gain. Not that I'm attractive. Not that I'm an attractive man. Yeah, we'll watch the after this. That's all. We'll watch the rant. I'm not looking, I got to get used to how they do notifications on the new iPhone, too. It's weird. It's weird. Like, it kind of has them. Like, okay, so phone's off, phone's on. All right. I don't know, man. All right, whatever. Yeah, it was how it was done, though, Quantum TV Stolen Valor. I agree. It was how it was done, dude. It was such a fail.
Watch all these.
Because Gerard is like, I don't want to be tagged in this shit. This is not the right time for it. And he probably knew her well enough. I'm like, she is not going to go. She's not going to go about this the right way. Big fan since 2012. Rich, since watching I was 9 and posted next gen rumors on the PS4, Xbox One. Jesus Christ, that was. So how old are you now, man? I'm now 19. Thank you for telling me. And college doing IT work. Love you, man. Thank you very much. That's insane. So you went from literally a child to an adult watching my shit. Holy fuck.
Cuts be made. Apparently that's exactly the kind of company G4 wanted to be rebooted as. I mean, it seems like that's exactly what they wanted. They got a chance to clean house yesterday, and Frost, like a goddamn cockroach, is there. So clearly, Frost is part of the G4. Let me say something about G4 that I discovered yesterday. Their live streams are doing less people live than our evening shows do.
Ooh.
Our evening shows are a fun little show with a nice group of usually about 1,000 people come in and out.
I thought they get like thousands of viewers still. Like that's one thing that they do get.
Throughout the 2-hour evening show we do, and we peak at about 250. I'm watching.
What you'll see her tweet in a few minutes about what's like G4, which isn't bad shit. I wish I had 1K concurrent viewers. I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say.
G4 yesterday, it's at like
so Indiana Black or Frost. A bunch of people got laid off at G4, 20 to 30 people. Instead of Frost saying, I wish my former colleagues the best or whatever, she just goes, did it lose my job? And she puts up some stupid, like, 2014 meme of a lizard, like Lizard Squad is still relevant. And it's like, could you be any more fucking tone deaf? Or could you give any less of a shit? Maybe we should watch some of the compilations. Which ones, Susha?
134, 150 in the middle of...
The CRT review came out. It's been out. You just missed it, motherfucker.
The afternoon, and it is you're just like, oh, man.
See, I'm actually not even sure which platform they're on.
YouTube, Twitch, they try to do them all.
Okay.
I was watching, or not watching, I was checking in on the YouTube channel. As per 3 sources familiar with the business who spoke to...
Yeah, Tech Syndicate at its prime. What happened? There was some big fucking scandal that blew Tech Syndicate. Like, I thought they were going to be like a 2 million sub channel if things kept going the way they were going before it fell apart. You're still... I made the review, but you're still waiting. Well, you can keep waiting. That is a very good idea. Maybe we'll do that tonight. I love how my audience has better show ideas than I do. Maybe.
To Kotaku. At least somewhere between 20 to 30 staff members were laid off at G4. Now, you can't have 150, 200 viewers on your live stream and have 20 to 30 staff members. You can't have 200 people on a live stream and have more than 2 people.
Nope.
Yeah, but the way she did it was shit, DBZ King. I agree.
I don't know how you're making it because...
Well, you're owned by Comcast. So Comcast is writing this all off as a loss on the taxes next year.
Got it.
These staff cuts reportedly took the affected by complete surprise, with many even showing up to the understanding to be working as normal, only to be met with both the news their respective programs had been canceled and one-on-one layoff discussions with the network's HR staff.
Oh, God, that sucks for them.
Yeah, just like I said, he's reading from the same Kotaku article I did. Whenever HR greets you like at the door of your job, whether it be retail or you're working an office job, or it doesn't matter, television network, it ain't good news. It's usually really bad news, like you're getting laid off news. I know there was some tech syndicate drama with Linus Tech Tips and stuff back in the day. They did the high altitude LAN party with tech syndicate leaving people behind. Yeah, there was something really weird that happened, man. I don't even remember. Wasn't like Pistol. She's like a Twitch streamer. She was part of Tech Syndicate, and I don't know.
That's very corporate. That's a corporate way to do it, by the way.
Yeah.
You bring them in. Everybody comes in like it's normal. Boom. They blindside you with the firing. They have the meeting, and they escort you out.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want any problems. Though
to shave my beard, $2,000.
Details regarding the
if I'm gonna look ugly for like a month, $2,000. Because to grow it back to get to this length takes about a month.
The exact extent of these layoffs are currently unclear. Those who were let go are going to receive 16 weeks to 6 months. So 4 to 6 months of.
I'm single, like getting laid. Thank you. Come watch it. Rich, I'm so Frost. Rich, I'm sorry these people got fired, but I'm still a G4. Come watch. I'm easy on the eyes. No, you're actually exhausting on the eyes. Hey, Rich, hope you're doing well. I'm listening to you and playing. All right, a super chat? Okay, fine. If we reach $2,000 in super chats, I'll shave my beard. Probably should set it higher. 2,000. I'm not going to set it for 1,000 because we would definitely reach that. Which just means I'm denying money, but whatever. No, 2,000. We're at 233. Good luck. Hey, I'm listening and playing Half-Life 2 VR mod that was just released on Steam. Have you seen it? It's crazy. I have not. I was thinking the other day, I'm like, man, I should play through Half-Life 2. I've never beaten Half-Life 2. I always get to the same spot and get bored. That's really what it is. Hey, Rich, happy to remember. Been lurking here, but rarely catch you live. Thank you and the birds for keeping me entertained on long-ass work commutes. Random side note, Phil looks like Dante in Clerks. He looks like, to me, like a disgruntled French waiter. And he had up his YouTube short. Like, what is it, Midweek Madness or something like that? And he looks like the most angry, dissatisfied human being on the planet.
Of severance based on their tenure. That's pretty nice. You get paid for the next 4 to 6 months.
It's better than you'll get at some places.
Yeah.
Some places don't give you shit. Some places give you a month. Doesn't matter how long you work there. Doesn't matter what you were making.
You know what that means? That means it was cheaper for Comcast to shut the lights off on what they were doing and pay.
Well, I tell nobody to donate shit. If we reach it, I would have denied that money. And goddamn right, if I hit 2,000, I'll shave the beard. I'll be sad that I won't get laid for at least a month, but that's okay.
Pay them for half a year than it was to have them make content.
Yep.
That's bad shit.
They don't have to pay for any of their benefits.
G4 is going to hire Toy 2 to host the stream with me while I wear a one-piece swimsuit. I have an interesting story to tell. One time in high school, I was changing into my gym clothes in the boys' locker room. I was in my underwear. They asked me out. That's a heartwarming story. Yeah. You don't even want no beard Rich anyway. Like, what are you paying for? I mean, I appreciate the support to the show, naturally.
Benefits or anything after that, too.
You motherfuckers want to be blind?
You know?
So you have all these layoffs going on.
Essentially I got the finger too in 09. They're like, oh, we won't deny you unemployment. Oh, gee, thanks.
And apparently...
But you know what, man? The irony is I was so anxious. I just got out of a relationship, and I was so, like, anxious and depressed, too. I kind of got laid off at the perfect time because knowing how in rough shape I was back then, I probably would have just gotten fired anyway. So if I got fired, I wouldn't have gotten anything. I got laid off. I ended up getting unemployment, which did save my ass for like a year and a half. Because there was no work out there. There was no fucking work. So, things work in mysterious ways sometimes. Ever see They Live? 80s. Yes, I have with, what's his name? And he puts on those glasses. You can see it's like aliens mind.
Taking to Twitter the next day after these cuts were divulged to the public. Frost, whose infamous sexism in gaming...
I'll pitch in for the chance for you to look like a human toe.
Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your anus.
I love Hulk Hogan's dick.
Try to relax your anus.
Yeah!
Your shoulders. Your
Yeah!
anus. Try to
Yeah!
relax your anus.
Yeah!
Your anus.
Breasts.
Relax your anus.
Breasts.
Relax your anus.
Breasts.
Relax your anus.
Breasts.
Your anus. Your shoulders. Try to relax your anus.
Breasts.
Your anus. Your
Breasts.
shoulders. Try to
Breasts.
relax your anus.
Breasts.
Your anus. Your anus. Try to relax
Stephen
your
Harris,
anus.
thank you.
Your shoulders. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus.
Breasts.
Relax your anus. Your anus.
Breasts.
Your anus.
Breasts.
Your anus. Your
Breasts.
shoulders. 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 Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus.
I think I'm a little stoned.
Breasts. Which, by the way, G4 made private yesterday.
Really?
G4 made the Frost Grant private yesterday. They took it off their main channel.
Oh, yeah. Dude. They, like, scorched earth it. You can't even, if they took the rant down on YouTube.
Some people were saying later in the day it was on their Clips channel, but the main channel made it private. Guys, a shade under a year too late.
I was going to say, if you had any problem with that, that should have been gone immediately, along with her.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, when you go into business for yourself like that, the minute she was done with that fucking rant, she should have been called into an office and booted out the door that day.
Yes, and all you would have had to tell her was, look, that is not what we're doing here.
And this is the problem.
Yeah, relax your holes.
Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus.
That's why I'm glad I'm not in fucking Kentucky, James. In New York, I could get marijuana delivered straight to my door. I would never move to Kentucky, too. I don't care if they gave me a mansion for fucking free. Hey, Rich is a major Sony fan. You pissed me off. Kidding. We should always call out companies for stuff like that. I mean, if we love, of course. I don't know how anyone could say that was clickbait.
Problem, whether you...
You're in Tennessee, even worse. Oh, Jesus Christ. No way. No fucking way, dude. I need weed. I'll admit it. Helps me sleep. Actually helps me focus, too. Like, a lot, like, I don't think the video for G4 TV wouldn't have been as good if I was sober making it. I'll I'll just keep you honest with you. Like, I just think of insane shit.
You're Ethan Klein or G4 or anybody else who wants to cater to that kind of audience because they think it'll be good for them.
Yep.
That audience is not loyal.
Yeah, I don't. They can pack it. I definitely need to hit up that THC Delta 8 company. Oh my God, I would push the living fuck out of them. And especially now I have an audience that is pro marijuana. And I'd be interested to try. Genuinely would like to try it. Genuinely would like to try. I can't talk. Oh, you have metallic breasts. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Once corporations find a way to efficiently profit off of it and they can monopolize it, I assure you it'll become legal. That is the only thing stopping it right now.
That audience does not love you and believe in you, and they're not a supportive audience. They're a very authoritarian audience that just they don't want to support what you're doing. They want to watch and make sure you don't slip up and fuck up because they will let you know about it.
And they're never.
Oh, I'm sure the Steam Deck plays that in its sleep, Brad J. All right, I'll stop pausing the video. I'm annoying myself.
We're happy.
Never. So you wanted to keep Frost because you thought.
All right, that's a lie. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. You're the one? Hey Siri. What's my nickname?
You'll need to unlock your iPhone. You're a bubble-blowing 40-year-old man.
I forgot I changed it to that. All right. Hey Siri. Change my nickname.
What would you like me to call you?
A middle-aged man with a very hairy, relaxed anus.
Okay. You'd like me to call you a middle-aged man with a very hairy, relaxed anus?
Yes.
Okay, a middle man with a very hairy anus it is.
Hey Siri.
Say
my nickname.
It's Richard Masucci.
Hey Siri. What's my nickname?
You've asked me to call you a middle-aged man with a very hairy, relaxed anus.
Oh. Okay. Excuse me. Democrats are fucking terrible. We'll take them over the weird fascist fantasy Republicans jerk off to these days. Sadly, I agree with you. We do need a third party badly.
This would appeal to what? A new demographic? They don't play video games. And even if they do play video games, they sure as fuck don't watch people talk about video games. Nope. The people who watch people talk about video games don't want to be lectured on sexism and racism by some fucking three with a complex. No.
Jesus Christ.
No, I think that's our biggest complaint about any gamer that we ever dive into on this channel is that, hey, aren't you supposed to be about gaming? Stop lecturing me about stuff.
Right.
Don't complain to me about stuff. Just play your game.
And your favorite game is violent and sexist and racist as fuck.
Yes, it is.
Like Red Dead Redemption, awesome. They have a badass character.
I have no idea because I just get so bored of that fucking intro. What other game I was playing? Do you know why I can't deal with Dying Light 2? It has bad acting. Or very mediocre acting. The same with, what else was I playing? Now Red Dead Redemption 2 is good acting, so that I'm not including that. Metro Last Light. Bad voice acting. Dead Island 2, I saw some gameplay. It's kind of changing my opinion. I don't know. I mean, the combat's good, but the voice acting is just. And then you play. I gotta give. That's where I gotta give credit. The voice acting in The Last of Us, and the remake. It's the same lines, I think. I don't think they reacted to lines, did they? It's great voice. Sony has figured out that convincing voice acting is very necessary. A lot of other gaming companies haven't figured that out yet. Phil and Frost could make because they would have no chemistry. That maybe that's why it would work. Actually, I'll shut up. And the thing is, I kind of like how Souls games do it, and how the first Dead Space. I always, as much as Dead Space 2, I feel is superior. Dead Space 2, I didn't like, even though it was good voice acting. I'll give him that. But Isaac talking to me was kind of like, But it was good voice. If you have shitty voice acting, why even have voice acting then? You know what I mean?
In that game, but it's still reflective of that time, like in
yeah.
terms of like prostitutes and the way they feel about Native Americans and black people and shit like that. I mean, it's all in there.
The men are still the tough men above women, you know?
Right. There's very much a patriarchy in
Yes.
Red Dead Redemption
Absolutely.
2. Taking to Twitter the day after these cuts were divulged to the public, Frost, whose infamous sexism in gaming rant will undoubtedly be cited as a major factor in the network's struggles. Well, yeah, I mean, you started the thing, and 4 months in, your main audience is being yelled at and lectured to.
It's awful.
Responded to the news by sharing a meme which featured a...
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that I know I'm going off topic here. I'm thinking about fucking voice acting in video games. But it's true. Like, especially if it's a dialogue-heavy game like an RPG, I think that's the reason why I can't fuck with Elder Scrolls. Because you have all these NPCs who are doing, at best, mediocre voice acting, and it's like, you want me to sit through, like, 300 hours of this shit? Like it's a fucking 300-hour school, like grammar school play? Get lost.
With a crown, glasses, a joint, and bold text reading, "I survived," superimposed over.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is fantastic because Sony, they figured out that if you're going to have a good amount of voice acting in a game or any voice acting, it needs to be convincing or it takes you out of the experience. Like I felt like with Metro, not Exodus. Well, Exodus is not great either. But Metro Last Light, I'm like, this is softcore porn voice acting. I feel like I was watching the Catalina collection again. Yeah, that did have pretty good voice acting. I don't think you're trolling. I remember playing those on the PS1 and I remember my friend Tim was so hard over those games. And actually justifiably so. They were pretty good. Yeah, Shenmue had terrible. But that was like, that's an exception where I need to find some sailors. Like, come on, man. If sometimes bad voice acting is good, but those are exceptions. Elder Scrolls voice acting sucks because the actors get a book of words to read, not a script, and their words are edited together to make... It doesn't... I don't care. They got to figure out a better fucking way to do it then. It takes me out of the experience. Like... I don't know.
Over its image.
What an insensitive bitch.
And then "Let's play games, yo," is what she wrote.
But the thing that's so funny is you survived for now. They're eventually going to let you go. G4, if G4 is here a year from now, I'll be shocked.
There it is, right there on screen.
So all your
That's why I didn't feel it's dead. It's already a husk anyway.
A piece of shit.
Let's just do that right in front of all your ex-coworkers that don't have a job lined up.
Because of you. You did this, you dick. You are the reason these people are going to be job hunting for the next 4 to 6 months, because I'm sure once you take another job, you lose your severance.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think six months is, I would say at best, I'm being conservative, at best a year.
So you're the reason that these people are going to be job hunting the next 4 to 6 months. You're the reason that this company has taken a shit. You take zero responsibility. As a matter of fact, you whitewash your Twitter yesterday, and you post mean.
Yeah, but here is the thing, Aaron. I know more about the situation. The G4 was like riding her dick, metaphorical dick, with this too. Blair heard her before he had Amaranth on with fucking basically her tits out. He ran for the fucking hills and went to, like, what did he go to France and with some East company. G4 essentially threw everyone who believed in her speech under the bus by going back like to basically softcore porn.
That say I survived while all these people are gone because of you. What a I mean, this isn't a sexism thing.
Yeah, they had the VTubers talking about blue balls. Like, come on, man. The company say like, and they have no direction. It's just a bunch of mediocre content.
This isn't as Stone Cold Steve Austin once said to Farouk. Or The Rock. I can't remember who he said it to, but this ain't a white thing. This ain't a black thing. It's a me kicking your ass thing. This ain't a man thing. This isn't a woman thing. This isn't a patriarchy thing. This is a you being a piece of shit thing. You can hide behind being a woman all you want. You can hide behind the, we're all sexist and I'm just another angry guy yelling at you. But honestly, you've been given...
Oh, who did I get that from? She was part of like the Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian. I forgot her. She made a really terrible video game. She even tried to run for Congress, I think. I forgot her fucking name. Brianna Wu, yeah. Like, I called her out on something. She said I was mansplaining, and then she blocked me. I'm like, this has nothing to do with any of that shit.
Numerous chances to expose to the public who you are. You're mean, you're vindictive, you're bitter, you're insecure, and fifth of all, what we found out yesterday, you do not give a shit about anybody but Frost.
Nope.
You cost those people tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in their career, and you're just happy that it wasn't you. You know, there's a scene in Major League, which I'm sure Frost has never watched because it's a bunch of men. There's a scene in Major League where Jake Taylor...
Yeah, I'm guilty of being a male and explaining something. I know.
Is talking to Tom Berenger's character.
Aaron looks like a skinny Peter Griffin. That's actually pretty... I love Aaron, but that's actually pretty funny.
Is talking to Wesley Snipes and Charlie Sheen as the rookies and saying...
I don't like how the new iPhone does notifications, too. It's, like, cluttered. Like, why are they all... I don't know. So many questions about the iPhone 14 Pro Max, man.
Saying, hey, if you don't have a red tag in your lock, you made the team. In the middle.
Wow, that's a stupid fucking that's iPhone. That's just iOS 16.
Middle of the clubhouse. Go outside, be happy, whatever. You don't want to, Jake Taylor's words were, you don't want to celebrate in front of a guy that just died.
No, I mean, that's always, no matter where you're at, that's always been a shitty thing when you basically won at something and the other people lost out.
And by the way, when she catches shit for this, like she probably did yesterday and probably will today, she's going to lean back on, look at all these angry guys. Look at all these angry men who are...
DBC, I said that a billion, I agree, I said that a billion times. If the content was good, they would have over her stupid fucking rant. But the content's not good. It's just not. Hear about Slicker streamer that blew up today? He stole $500K from lying to many big streamers, all for gambling. He streamed an apology. No, what the fuck happened?
After me, it's not about the men. It's not about, it's not their sexism or anything else. You've been an absolute piece of shit.
Yeah, you've just been a shitty person.
About this whole thing. The tasteful, decent team play.
I talk about PC news from time to
Your
time.
thing would have been to say, you know, you don't even have to take
toy 2 times 4. No. Nowhere. This is the most meh. But it'll make for an interesting video, especially when I call it a meh upgrade. The dynamic island is not doing anything for me.
responsibility, but just go, hey, it sucks today. This is a terrible day for G4. This is not good for our network. We're going to work really hard to honor these people. We're going to try and turn this ship around.
Yeah, like nothing like that. Just crickets. It just, oh, I didn't get fired. And like I said, whoop-de-fucking-do. You know the company is going under.
You don't post a meme that says, I survived, yay me, while all these people are having to go home and tell their families that they don't have a gig.
You're right. And like kind of like you said, when the people start going after her for that meme, she's going to say, oh, these men just don't want to see a woman succeed. They don't want to.
Maybe I will try the S. Maybe it's, I mean, I go back between Android and iOS, no problem.
See somebody still working that's a woman.
Yeah. Veldrain says, Frost doesn't exist to be eye candy for the audience. A rest his soul Mitch Hedberg reply, I know this. What's the problem? I don't remember that joke. My favorite was the steamboat joke. It's my favorite Mitch Hedberg.
I feel like there's plenty of women out that are not that attractive that are actually very funny and entertaining to watch.
Oh, sure.
Like Melissa McCarthy in a lot of her movies, she will completely butch it up on purpose for the movie. And she's not an unattractive person, you know. If
Go
she
back
up,
to the 70s and 80s, some of the funniest female comics ever, and they're...
I think it's a mixture of two, is that there's a lot of 20-somethings that think they have the world, not all, but there's a decent portion of it that think they have the world figured out. There's still, because when you're in your 20s, like literally for all of your 20s, at least for me, maybe it's different for women. I know women mature quicker, but like you think you have the whole world figured out. It isn't till like your 30s do you realize, oh, wow, this shit's a lot more complex.
They're not...
Oh, Morgan Webb was fully into tech, 100%, yes.
Attractive.
But they're funny.
The woman who was on Sanford and Son.
Yeah, and then you realize you don't know shit. What is Frost like in her late 20s? She thinks she has the whole world figured out.
Is that Mae West? I don't know.
But you think you know shit, Big Mike. You think you know shit.
I can't remember. But the woman...
We're at $322. We're not hitting $2,000. No fucking way. You look great for 50, Rich. Thank you, you piece of shit. I don't know. Maybe I'll play COD again.
Woman who played Esther. Fucking hilarious. And if you watch her stand-up, filthy.
Yeah.
Very funny. Brett Butler, Roseanne Barr, Joan Rivers wasn't hideous, but I
not
mean,
necessarily attractive either.
No, I mean, attractive.
No, there's no fucking way. I also did that on purpose because honestly, I don't really want to shave my beard. If by some fucking miracle we hit that, would I complain? No. Would I shave my beard and have women scream running away from me for a month and change? Sure.
Attractiveness and funny do not go hand in hand, and vice versa.
Right, so you don't have to announce that you're not there for people to look at.
Right.
No, Morgan Webb was the real deal. And I don't think Olivia Munn ever faked that she was about it. She kind of admitted on the Attack of the Show she wasn't a gamer.
Yeah, Frost.
So to her credit, you know.
You being ugly.
Why would they have 5+ ads? What length videos? That might be a story to talk about tomorrow. Yeah, and Morgan Webb was the real deal. Like, no, Morgan Webb was... As much as she was an attractive woman, she was also big into tech and gaming. I miss Joan Rivers. Imagine how many funny jokes she'd make. Oh, my God, yeah. Joan Rivers was fucking hilarious, man.
Ugly is like the 19th thing wrong with you.
You could still be just as ugly, and you could have been entertaining.
Yeah, people would have liked...
Yeah, iOS 16 is weird with the notifications, man. Weird.
You, if you had a personality that was worth liking. Yeah, Olivia Munn didn't exist to be easy on the eyes. Olivia Munn would also not have carried G4 and Attack of the Show to where it got if she was a stiff. She couldn't have just sat there and been pretty. She's very outgoing. She's likable.
She actually is pretty funny, too.
Got a, what do they call it, vivacious personality?
Sure.
She's an extremely likable person, like in her public persona.
It's always very weird to me, people like Frost that say, I'm not here for you to look at. Like, they're always the ones that have done everything in their power.
Oh, towards the end, all it was Ninja Warrior, Cops, and Cheaters. Those were the 3 shows. It was on the WAN show they talked about the ads. Oh, really? How long do they're not going to put 5 ads on a 5-minute video. That just doesn't make sense. So what's the threshold? I'll give my opinion when I find out the threshold. Have you seen because if it's like a 20-minute video, you could say I'm greedy, but I kind of agree with it. But but if it's like anything below that, no, not okay. Not okay. That's way too much for sit through, you know? Have you seen someone said something? It's 5 ads, one after the other? No. We'll look into that after this. We're almost done with this video. We'll look into it. Have you seen the Adam Conover video on Twitter about him complaining about Microsoft monopolizing the gaming industry? No, I have not. Lucifer Sam wants everyone to know, in case you did not know this, Olivia Munn has breasts.
Breasts.
Now 20 minutes plus. Rich, 5 ads, that sounds kind of greedy. It depends on the context of it. Like, there's different kinds of ads. I'm not saying I want 5 long unskippable ads. Like, maybe have like 1 or 2 beefier ads, not even saying unskippable, and then they have like the short 10-15 second ones. That's kind of what I would say would be okay. Olivia Munn is old as fuck. You got to be like 18. So, all right, let's see.
Hour
Let's finish
to
this up.
butcher their appearance, like with the piercings, chopping your hair, and weird,
look that
cuts and
up.
shit like that. Like, Olivia Munn definitely took care of herself.
And the not wearing makeup thing on camera, like it's empowering. Bitch,
Yeah.
the men are wearing makeup.
I know.
This isn't a female thing. The men are wearing makeup on TV. Why? Because we'll look like shit if we don't.
I always hated that take. Like Alicia Keys very recently in the last few years, like, oh, I'm never wearing makeup again because I think it sends a bad message to little girls.
I'm sorry. I
Stop
think
it.
I think it makes people look better on stage when they're putting on a show for people.
It does. Like, when people pay money to go see you, you could try to look nice.
Do you think Billy Joel wears eyeliner when he's on stage?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Every time.
Billy Joel definitely wears makeup when he's on stage. I bet you even Metallica.
Alice.
Okay. All right. So, I generally agree with their take. But this seems pretty fucking insane. I like watching Steel Toe. I watch them occasionally. I like them. Got to move this bird. We will contact breasts. Metallic breast against man breast. This is a legendary moment. Go on the control. Bigger bird. Rich just want to know how you stay so sexy. I don't know. So let's see. Oh, YouTube has provided context as well. Okay. The experience of watching YouTube has been infiltrated by ads over the years as a means to maintaining the platform and supporting creators financially. Now, though, it really seems YouTube is pushing the boundaries with ads, showing as many as 10 unskippable ads during a single break. Ooh. Update. In a statement to 9 to 5 Google, YouTube has provided more context around this increase in ads. Ads breaks on YouTube videos typically appear before a video begins as well as during the video if the creator allows it. Generally, these breaks can last as little as a few seconds or as long as a few minutes, but longer ads usually come with the option to skip that ad after a set period. Over the past month or two, some YouTube viewers have noted that advertisements on the platform have been expanding greatly in length and quantity, especially in unskippable formats. Multiple threads on Reddit bring out that ad breaks in longer videos are happening as frequently as every few minutes. Just as rough, if not worse, is the uptick in reports of users who are seeing far more unskippable ads during YouTube ad breaks. Threads on Reddit, as well as more recent tweets, show ad breaks as many as 10 ads in a row that can't be skipped. That can't be. This doesn't appear to be happening with all videos or even to all viewers, but these longer breaks appear to be more common and more and more common lately. More frequent than seeing 10 ads is seeing users with around 5 ads per break. The good news, these ads aren't super long. From what they've been able to see from user reports, these ads are generally 5 or 6 seconds each, meaning that even an ad break with 10 unskippable ads would only be around 60 seconds, which is a normal, like a minute for an ad is, what you'd see on TV. Yeah, the ad blocker uptick is coming. YouTube hasn't acknowledged any purposeful uptick in ads on the platform, but Team YouTube Twitter account did reply to one user's complaint saying that these are considered bumper ads, a format that appears at the start of the videos and shows a few of those very brief ads. Now, a YouTube spokesperson has confirmed to 9 to 5 that these expanded ad pods that showed an expanded number of ads was part of a small experiment that has since concluded. At YouTube, we're focused on helping brands connect with audiences around the world, and we're always testing new ways to surface ads that enhance the viewer experience. We ran an experiment globally that's multiple ads in an ad pod when viewers watch longer videos on connected TVs. The goal is to build a better experience for viewers by reducing ad breaks. We have concluded this small experiment. All right. I don't know what to feel about it. So instead of having a bunch of ads scattered all over, they'll have a bunch of ads in like one lump. I guess that could be better. Do I think I have gaming figured out? What do you mean? Riches 69, thank you. I don't know. I'm a YouTube Premium member, so I don't experience it. Maybe I'll go on another account and watch some videos. I don't know. I'm just a man. Yeah, you got. I think I may be paying the YouTube Red pricing too, because that's when I signed up when it was YouTube Red. Then YouTube realized that sounds like porn. Let's see what Philip Burnell has been up to. I wasn't going to stream tonight. Oh, God, not Phil. Why do I have such a correlation with Phil? Look at this. Phil. Me again with Phil. Phil. More me with Phil. Dick stroking Phil. Every single snort. Oh, just the thumbnails of Phil. Philip Burnell is a man. He's a man with an ass. Hey, Dad, can I get a witness interview about the assassination of Abraham? It'll be great for my YouTube. What the hell are you talking about? Phil Nye, the fapping guy. The honest video. I'm just scrolling through videos right now. Phil's gonna be playing Modern Warfare 2. I probably should do. I was kind of debating not streaming tonight, so I kind of just went in without a plan. Why is there more fapping with Phil? DSP tries it. Nipples. Danny the Foot, thank you for the wiener. I always appreciate a good wiener. There's Phil looking like a pat. Am I really just going through thumbnails right now? Oh, Phil is infamous. He's not famous. He's infamous. Philip Burnell is a man. Oh, the G4 rant? All right, yeah, we'll end it with this. We'll watch the G4. Frosk rant. It's not even up on their channel anymore. Wonder if they'll get pissed at me for watching it. Fan made. This isn't even...
Oh, my script didn't get put in. That's fine. Oh, wait, it's coming in.
It's coming in hot.
The prompter has gone
You
blank.
actually wrote it up ahead of time? Frosk wrote.
Yeah, she has a very awkward presence. I will agree. She's not an enjoyable person on camera. It has nothing to do with her appearance. It's her energy she gives off. It's just, yee. I don't know, man.
Something.
Bad.
It's true.
Can we get the typing and the writing and the sentence structure and the grammar and the semantics?
Yeah, so I'll fill while our prompter figures out what it's doing. Producers, it's empty, by the way. Or I'll just speak off the cuff and from my heart. So when this originally happened, and my gaming grievance was actually going to be
Oh, I've never seen this part. This is
about
like
Red Dead Online. So the subreddit for Red Dead Online, I'm a huge Red Dead Online player. I love Red Dead Redemption 2.
Too bad it's basically dead.
I think it's probably my favorite game of all time. And right now, the Red Dead Online community are trying to get this hashtag going called Save Red Dead Online. And they've got it covered by Kotaku, Polygon, Game Rants, like Forbes, I think, also did a coverage of it. And they think that this will get Rockstar's attention and Rockstar will come back to them and give them exactly what they want. And we can actually scroll this down. I'll tell you when to stop scrolling. Good. Stop right there. But I'm here to tell you, and you're going to have to cut this B-roll in a second.